Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the 28-day challenge on Farming Simulator. So, if you joined me yesterday, you'd have seen that we'd have gotten all the roads done. I did a second stream last night where we finished off with the lanes, as you can see by here, and added in our basic junctions. So the plan I've got for today, at the minute, is doing the field and the road hedges, and possibly getting in the farm gates, and the field gates. So for this one, I've already made a hedge before, and we're just going to use that going forward. So I'll show you what it looks like, and this is what it comes out to be by here. So let's get right into it. We'll start with this small one, this side first, just to get it done. I'm going to touch up a little bit here, because I know I did a bit last night, but this was the only part that did my head in, basically, because it's a bit steeper than the rest, so I just need to add in a little bit extra here just to mellow out the transition. It's another beautiful day today. These ones here, it's just because it's a bit too steep and it was just hitting it a bit too close. That's fine. A few little tweaks and it should be much more pleasing to the eye. Just this bits by here. Okay. Okay, that looks a lot better to the eye. So, by here, in this section here, this is all going to be trees. So it's not really going to be a part of the map that you can get to. But let's tidy some of these up. Let's create a new transform group first. And we'll call this roads, just so we don't lose what we had made yesterday. And then we'll put this in our objects folder. Right. There's another thing I was thinking of as well. I wasn't too fond of these. I know I added them in prior, however, I don't think we need them. So I think I'm going to take it, I'll just hide them underneath. I'll press there and I'll just disable the visibility for the moment. And I think, in all fairness, all I need to do is to touch up some areas and it'll be fine anyway. Okay. Hedges. Let's grab us a spline. I love my splines. So, I want about a metre to 2 metres away from the road before it even starts, because otherwise it's just going to be a bit silly. I don't want to make it too narrow. If I make it too narrow, it won't be enjoyable. But we need it to be enjoyable. But game realism. Because if we don't do it as game realism, it won't work as well. Okay. So I'm going to try and keep the same distance away. If I bring... Where did I put my hedge? Yeah. Just so we can see what I'm on about here. It gives you that nice gap between the road and the hedge, so you can have some foliage in the middle, and it should go a bit better. I hope you all are having a wonderful morning. The joys of having kids off for summer holidays, you are awake very early. If none of you had seen, I did post in the Discord last night saying that I'm having 28 names put on a plaque in game, and it's to show the people who had supported me from the beginning of this challenge, to who have been here to watch the whole thing being made. Small little touch, but I thought it might be a nice thing to add in. Oh, good God. Probably shouldn't have stayed up quite late last night. Should have just kept this a good go today. So the good thing with splines is you can speed up your process quite quickly. By no means I'm trying to make this like something like Whitcomb. No chance, because that took a while. I'm just trying to see what is my fundamental barrier to finish a map within 28 days to get it submitted to Modhub. And if you didn't know, I am going to be releasing the version that is submitted to Modhub on my itch page on the same day. So if you guys want to play it on your new computers, like rather than consoles, then you're more than welcome to play it. Also, any inputs you guys have on what you might want to see here. Obviously, I've got a dealer point here and a sell point there. There's a little village there, farm there. There's a church going up the top here, and there's another farm going here. But if you want to send me through some ideas on Discord, I'll be more than happy to see them. And I'll try and implement them as best as I possibly can. There's one thing I do want to try, but I can't remember how entirely you add in the wind shader to objects. But I know Ola done it before, where the power lines is something that you can do, which I wish I thought of. That's a brilliant idea. So we're going to take some inspiration from him with that, because more or less I want it to be that when you look at the power lines, they're not just static meshes, they react a bit like what the plants do to wind. I think I can briefly remember, but I might have to just touch up with some of my knowledge. Trying to do this all in a sunny room is not the best either. Sun's glaring off the screen. Obviously these aren't all going to be permanent hedges either. They are going to be some patches where there's going to be stone walls or wooden fences. Because my biggest issue is when I make maps, I usually get to this stage, get the fields in, do the splines and all of the fields, and then I end up being like, I want to try something new. So that's another thing where this challenge comes into mind, is sort of giving me a kick up the bum to get it done quicker. Not quicker per se, I think that's the wrong word to use. Okay. So obviously this end is going to have trees along it, the same as there, the back's up there. and then running through the fields, etc. So this is the dairy-ish farm side of things, where there's going to be set down in the base, and this side over here is going to be a more arable set. So you've got best of both. I'm also going to make these hedges here. There's some hedges I'm going to make that are just terrain, so if anyone wants to, they can just flatten them and make them into their own fields. Okay, so now we've got that one done. We'll now continue down the bottom and finish this front side off. Have anyone else ever had it where you just feel like you start and you got a good idea and then you just keep adding ideas, and then next minute you feel like you've got 1,000 little jobs to do and then you overwhelm yourself? I think it's just quite... I hope it's quite common, otherwise it's just the way my brain works. Traffic's another thing. There's a few bits I'm not entirely sure on what to do, but nothing a little research and trial and error can't fix. And if you guys have any tips for the ways that I do stuff, please let me know, because I'll be more than happy to take on any suggestions. Because by no means am I a professional. Right. Scriptio. So this one is, again, I think it's part of it's either Farm Sim game or MS, or is it, I can't remember what it's called now. It's something Boys Modding, Farmer Boys Modding, I don't know, it's one of them. Anyway, they're quite well known, they got a website and all set up, but it's one of them. So we need our spline placement panel. Okay, so when you have that, you have this spline objects come up, and the spline that we've just done, which is this hedge. So if we go dairy road hedge, that gives us a name then, just so we know what we're coming back to. So you can drag that into your spline placement part, and then where our hedge road template is, which is here, this is what I use then, but we will just duplicate that one, but the first one we'll just set down. We've got this one here, which is the original one. We'll just put that into objects to place hedgerow. So the length of this, I'm pretty sure, is 8, but we'll have a look here. So what am I doing, Z? Let's go 8. Yeah, so 8 would just about give us a good overlap, I am hoping. Maybe if we go 7.5 maybe, or if we do that, see what that looks like. Okay, yeah, that should give us a good incline in today. So you want to make sure your spline placement is selected, as per se. We can move this out of the way because we don't need that. And the joys of splines, this is where it gets quite fun. So we're going to set everything the same. Going to keep it the same distance away, so they're going to be following each other on. I might have done this wrong in the sense of the way the hedge is rotated. Let's see, rotation. So if we just set this to 90 as well, just so it's there and done, and then you can press, after pressing spline placement, place objects. It might be rotated the wrong way here. Very likely to. And there we are. We've got hedges. So yeah, as I thought, it's gone a bit wrong, but that's fine. Because all I need to do is just select all my edges. this is a good thing that FS25 added in differently, is we can now just rotate these in till these ones near enough line correctly. And that now fits everything up. Nice and easy. It does make me laugh how easy some stuff gets. And obviously the corners, this is just something then that you can tinker manually. Just to try and get the right look of what you're trying to do. Just a bit of trial and error with it, to be fair. And there we are. The first hedges are in. But then you can just follow it around. You can see then where everything sits, and if you want to lower it down a touch, or if you want to add some variation, that's also up to you. Very nice. So, another thing I like doing is, once you do them, your placed objects, like the same as what the spline name was, we go Dairy Road Hedge 01, just so that gives me the indication area of what I need. So I'm going to middle mouse button click, and I'm going to drag and drop it in to my hedges folder. We'll put this into objects as well, just so everything is in the same place. So for the next one, we're going to do these side panels through the fields. Something I'm going to do a bit differently with these are, I want to do it where it's a removable hedge, so if you wanted to, you could just flatten the whole blooming thing and just have one big field. But at the same time, I don't want to do that, because that's not the aim of what I want to do with this. So let's grab a spline back to the beginning point by here, and let's start going again. But once you get into stuff like this, it's quite easy to keep it going. Don't worry too much about the field edges. If you're trying to follow along or doing it in your own way, that's completely fine. I just use it as a template until I got all the hedges in, and then I can go around and make the fields after that, as I want them. And obviously adding in the trees along the edge as well, that is also something that makes a massive difference. But again, we're just showing the process as we come along. So obviously this is day 2 of the 28 day challenge. So as of today, we've got 26 days left. Be an interesting one to try and finish, I think. I know it's quite early at the minute as well, only 20 past 8. So I know this one's a bit steep coming down, so I might add a few extra little pieces in here. But if you remember what I said, this bit we don't have to worry about too much, because as of here, there's going to be quite a few trees. Okay, so the same as before. The good thing is you can keep your hedgerow template here. This one we'll just get rid of for now, because we don't need it there. But the splines I like to keep, so I just put them in the CSV splines just so they're out the way. So this one is Dairy Road Hedge border, because this one is the one that sits to the back border then. But the same as before, just open up the spline placement panel, so it makes a new stuff for you again, and the same as before, choose drag and drop, select it, and then you just put this to 7.5, which is what my hedges are. Place objects. So with that one, we've got 70 hedges put in. AVR modding, thank you for that tip. I'll try that with the next one now, just see how easy it goes. I did have them set up before on a macro key on my mouse, just to see if I can get them any better. But I ended up micro-clicking all the time, and I really confused myself with everything. Okay. So. If we select... Why won't it let me move everything? Never mind. It doesn't go rid of my place, that's fine. So obviously, yeah, just tinker with stuff, it comes out nicer. Like so. I just like to check it, follow it along, make sure there's no straggly bits anywhere. And you can see, look, it's just one too short at the bottom here, which is fine, because all we have to do is Control D, duplicate, and then there we are. And obviously then, the same as what we've done with the last placed objects one, we'll rename it to be Dairy Road Hedge Border. And then we'll drag that into our hedges. I think I've dragged it into this one, to be fair. No, I didn't. I wish they made this a bit easier to move around with. So there we are. We got two hedges in. But obviously, it works in game a lot better than it does here, because you have viewing off distance, but when you're actually in the game, you have to remember they're all going to be showing, and the closer you get to them, they'll be there anyway. Bit of an optimization thing. Okay. I'm going to think about doing maybe one actual hedge line through the middle of the field, and then because I've got the higher density, I'll put them a different hedge through there. But I'll put trees in it, so it's not as easy as just carrying it on like that. Where should we put a gate? Yeah, I'll leave a gate there, I think. I'll quickly show how painfully slow it can be when you just try and put everything in a different way. And this is why we use splines. But because we want some variation with this hedge by year, we can do that just fine. Dropping it a bit here in the middle. There's a bit of a gape. Now there is nothing to say with these hedges as well that you can make the scale bigger, but that's completely personal choice. So there is another thing I have in here somewhere, but I'm not too sure if I just got rid of them. I think I did. So I'll just give it a quick save, just so I don't lose everything here. So, the good thing is, if you go to the prefab part in here, you have some stuff. So, this is my other pack that I made. Obviously, it's got my textures, a bit of a British style pack. So you'll just press import on that one. Does it not? That's weird. It should do. Is that why it's not doing anything then? Let me just have a chat quick. Oh no, it does. It's just being a bit of a headache. Right. So we just need to import it ourselves from prefabs into that pack. Yeah, there we are. So this is the pack in game, but we'll just drag it up into the light here. So it's only a small little pack with a texture that I generated with Substance Designer. So what we're going to do is a hedge over here. We're going to leave these two styles for now. And I'm just going to take our wooden fence. I'm going to duplicate it. And I'm going to come back over to the side. Control B. And you can see what it looks like then in comparison to the other parts. If anything, it probably does look a bit too clean. What did I do with that? Can I remember? Did I do... Not with that one. I did have an idea of changing some of it. Well, I had a weathered version. I think it just didn't go well for me. I wasn't the biggest fan. I'm pretty sure there was something I could do with these hedges. Because they're just bushes, if anyone wants to know. Like you can have LOD 0, was it? Or was it the deco bush itself? Yeah, if you change this to like 350, it's not over the top. I think these are the same, I can't remember. How do I set them up? Oh yeah, they're all 500, yeah. So basically just on all of them, just need it changed to 350. And that should be fine. So now, there. Let's say on that, we could probably go to 500. Because they're all separate meshes, they'll be cut out anyway. There they are. So now when you're in the proximity of it, it should all show up as intended. Happy days. I've done these hedges the wrong way now as well. Should have really done it the other way. Why have I got snapping on? I know I could use the spline to do this bit as well, I know that. But for what I'm trying to achieve, the spline placement isn't always the best option, shall we say. Okay. And obviously, you see it tilted up slightly more. If you open them, just be sure to shut the hedges back down. So obviously, if you have a look at some British farms, some of them have hedges all the way, some of them have fences or other stuff. They're not all symmetrical and perfect. Ooh. Will that be too long of a hedge line? Nah, that'll be fine. When the panic sets. So we drop this down quite a bit. Main reason is it makes blending the fences into the ground better. And I think just because if we bring this up here, we'll have two separate sections. Actually, if we select all three, yeah. So you have nice short sections of fences, but mixed in with hedgerows. So, same as before, do that either side, lift in the middle, and you're away. I feel like I got a bit of a cold this morning. Silly sausage. Right. So this hedge, we'll rotate this fence around, I think. Obviously, when you try and do stuff like this, try and match it as best as you can to the terrain. It'll work better in your favour. Obviously, another thing you can do is you can give it slight variation so it doesn't just look like a man-made thing. It looks like it could have sunk over time or damage from cows or whatever you want to say it is. Let's bring this through to there. And one more. Just in case, so then it just disappears in. So again, do the same with this one. Tend to generally try and line it up. Set my I've been talking for the last hour. I apologise. What an absolute shambles. No, I've been talking for the last, however long I've been doing. How much? 50 minutes I've been talking for. And it's just been a pain in the ass. Right, so basically, I'll go over quickly. The hedges are in. We're using splines. These pieces are height, like terrain height splines. To make the illusion of an actual hedge that you can get rid of to merge with fields. And then obviously we made this hedge line coming up the side as well then. I'm not used to this stream and stuff, so I do apologise. I did say thank you as well to VR Modern because it made it a hell of a lot easier. So basically this is just like a natural gateway through into these fields, so that means that you can join these two and these two to make a bigger field. And the point that we just got onto is, as well as using my own D-gate, I am using Red Dog modding's stuff as well. So bear with me just a second. I'm going to do my hotkeys and I'm going to get rid of mute mic off because it's just a pain in the backside. There we are. I'll just mute it myself. Right, boom. That should be fine. So I can't go mute anymore. Right, and then the other thing I added on the side of it was my fence panels and the style. And the reason I've added that in is just to give like the illusion there's a footpath that runs up the side. And I can't really put one here. I mean, I suppose I could. Yeah, let's do it. So all we need to do is just pull it back. The same as before, we can just grab this tile. So this is one thing I was trying to do before I left. It would have probably been a lot better to watch if I actually had my mic on. So as well as these two again, shift collect, duplicate it, and then we'll just bring it up to here. Just a bit of a nicer way to split the map up slightly. So it's obviously, it's a very small like thing to add in, but it can make a lot of difference because it means that the world's lived in. It's not just something that's put together. So there's another thing I like doing is with styles as well. You have to remember that they're not usually always built into the area where they're supposed to be. So it could be that they had to put one in first, or there used to be barbed wire fence in. It's not just as simple as adding in and going. So let's bring these over a bit. So I am just doing it in my own little way. Just remind me never to stream and talk, or if I do, to double check things. Because heck, that's a nightmare. Yeah, so there we are. Maybe like a natural footway up And then the same thing what you can do, which I'll show you how to do as well, is if we go into our terrain detail, what did I set this to? I think I set it to cultivated, yeah. So because we know our field way with this one now, we can make a small footpath. So take it all the way down to here. So there's a few different ways you can do, and this is just something to do with detail then in floors that you can do. So we'll have a look through here. What can we find? It depends. You can either use gravel or like light mud. So there's only like a slight variation in stuff, and I'm pretty sure it has a bit of footprints in it, but again, it's all based on how you enjoy things. So we'll grab that, and then you can make these little footpath trails up and along. Again, this is the biggest problem you'll have if you do want to change these fields, is I am going to have pedestrian splines put on this way, because that means then that when you're in the field farming, that you'll have random people walking through, going on a walk. I'm pretty sure, can you set it on timers? You might be able to set them on timers. I'll be honest, I've never really gotten that far into it where I've actually added in pedestrians and stuff, so that's a big plus. Let's just double check my mic's working. Yeah. Oh, good God. I do apologise for that. Again, I did the same yesterday. I said goodbye and everything yesterday, and then went to watch it back to make sure I ended it properly, and funny enough, there was no audio at the end. Okay, now we can just make it vanish. Just throughout here. Because there'll be trees here eventually, so it'll all cover that up. You'll have a nice little track of people walking up and down to the field there. Put this up to you as well then, because I think by the way I've done things here, just drag this out to the road slightly. Not too much, it's just something subtle. And then the other one's going to be on the farm entrance, which is going to be by here. But because we're going to have it on the farm entrance, we'll change it from that spline to the second style, which is a slightly different design. Not much, but it's just enough to add more variation to what we've got. So the lane's going to go down there, and then the farm's going to sit in the dip, basically. So this is just going to be on the side of the verge as you go down. So we'll tip it slightly because of where we are planting down. Just a bit of pre-planning. So I'm thinking about a bit more of a forest side. But it's all like a bit of a design really. But I reckon we finish off with getting the fields done on this section here. So we've got our markings, and because we've got our boundaries now, we don't need the things I use for layouts. Which is the bed, because the game uses a separate way to render them. Okay. So this is where we go back up now. We can shut everything off in that folder, open this one up, and then we've got fields. So scripts, now we go to shared script, map. I can't remember how to make them now. I think I've just made a problem. Oh no, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Is this Giants Editors one? I haven't used this one. This must be the right one, isn't it? Okay, so let's create our first field. So what I like to do is you drag your name indicator, your teleport indicator to the field. You leave the polygon points exactly where they are. So when the game first came out, I made a spline script where if you had it in a field like this per se, all you have to do is theoretically just drag it around the field, and in doing so you have a very nice field done. And then when you finish it, you press O and it completes the section. So now that that's done, you have your field toolkit open, but that's fine, I haven't done anything with that. But with the user scripts then, I made this spline script called point placement by spline. So all you have to do is press it, and then boom. It now has everything in there that it needs. So if you press delete, and have I done something wrong with this now, or does it not work for this one? No, it does work. Brilliant. So if you select this here, you can rename polygon points so it renames them correctly. You can align them to terrain, and then where are we looking at? You can validate it. Is it actually that small? There, it's 1.7 hectares. And then you can repaint your fields to farmland. But what I need to do before we do that is I need to save, because otherwise I'm going to lose everything and I'm going to be unimpressed. Okay. Right. So let's just do our farmland quick. So info layer. We want to do farmlands. Let's set it to this for now, because I just need to get rid of all this one from my previous map. So the best thing is with this stuff, so now it's done, right? So you've seen it was a white empty space. With this toolkit, if you do repaint to farmland, it'll now repaint it itself. And then if you click repaint fields, for the exact one that we done, it'll put cultivation down exactly where we put them, as I do. So that's field number 1 done. So 1.7 hectares, so what's that? What, 2-3 acre field? Really? So it's a bit smaller than everything else. But it's a nice small map. I don't want it to be a big, huge map, given the circumstances. Yes, that's number 1 done. So we'll get these fields done, in and dusted. So obviously, yeah, if you just have it set as terrain detail on your right, and then you left shift click, you'd be quite surprised. You can just clear whatever you've done previously just by clicking over, because it just sets it to 0. So I've just noticed I've got a bit of terrain issue on this field. So we're just going to come in here. I'm just going to smooth it out, just so we don't have an issue when we come to do everything else. Okay. So now then, we're on to number 2. So you can shut your field number 1 down. And now we can create a second field. And then the same with this field, we move the name indicator and the teleport indicator. Shift B, click it to the middle of your field, boom, it will show up on your minimap exactly how you want it to. Again, now we can delete the points. We can create a new spline, drag it into poly points, and we can now go again. If you do want sharper corners, press it twice in the corner and it'll give you a nice edge. I do apologise if I do things wrong. I haven't done this for, well, since Feb at least. So I'm trying to relearn it myself. So that's number 2 done. So now, same as before, there are the scripters on the Discord there somewhere. But yeah, same thing again. It's all done. Obviously, have the field selected. And then we're going to align them to the floor. There we are, it's 2.24. And then we're going to rename them so it acts it properly. We're then going to repaint the field to farmland, and we're going to repaint the field. And by validating as well, it's all happy days. As you can see, that's what the polygon points look like, and that's how they show up with the field. Okay. So the same with these ones here now. I had to change it because the view was a bit bad. But we can get rid of this one as well. So this is like the more best way that you should go about making fields. If you do it a different way where you paint underneath as well, first you can make it go wrong. And you don't want to be biting your neck at the end of it because you haven't done something right. So again, fix any blemishes in the terrain. Done. Okay, we'll click save. We'll just save what we've done here now, just so we don't lose good progress. Okay, so back on to. It's obviously a lot of going back and forth, and I don't think people understand that. So, same as before, indicator, and then teleport indicator, just straight to B. If you wanted to, the teleport indicator, you can put it in the gateway. You don't have to put it in the middle of the field. You have a choice of where to put that. Hey, Scottish Modding, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, so what I was saying, you don't have to have them where you have it there, if that makes any sense. So again, a lot of repeating stuff, but unfortunately, that's how the cookie crumbles. So, as VR Modding said earlier on, to just press B once and then just keep pressing insert. Yeah, it works. That's what I'm currently doing, and as you can see, I can properly fly these splines in just to get this to work. I might have to ask Marv if is any way you can implement my script in for this point placement into what he did. I think is an overhauled kit. Right, so there we are. That's number 3 done. Because then you don't have to go here and just press this all the time. It's just a little button that you can press. Up to much today, buddy? There we are. Boom. Second field done. Third field even. So, again, same as last time. You just align it to terrain. You rename the points. You validate it. 2.38 hectares, so about 4 acre, 5 acre. We're going to repaint it to farmland, and then we're going to repaint. And we've got 3 very nice fields done already. So this map is based on my want for a small, manageable British map, basically. Nothing too complicated, something designed for the smaller stuff, not the overly big tractors, because I'll be honest with you, I haven't got much of a liking for them. I think like the max you should ever go to is a 6155. I think that's more than plenty. Okay, so same as what we did with the other fields, I'm just going to get rid of everything here. Hey Andre, how you doing, buddy? So, yeah, that's all done. I think by the looks of it, this field looks fine. So I'm just going to carry on saving. If I don't save, I guarantee it'll crash, and then I won't be the happiest bloke. So obviously field 3 was done. I won't keep saying fields as they're going ahead, because you'll get very frustrated otherwise. Not for me, for you. Just hearing the same thing on repeat. Oh, thank you coming along, buddy. Yeah, so from yesterday, if you were in the stream yesterday, I finished the roads last night, with the lanes and all, and I've just started working on the first section of hedges, then, which lead up to what I marked out as the dairy farm yesterday. Well, or part dairy, I don't know how I'm going to do it. Never done actual farms before that have triggers and everything. I end up usually finishing way before that. It's a nice sunny day again for the, what, I think 5th week? 6th week in a row, maybe more. We haven't really had much rain. So another thing with my kit is it gives you the selected object, which is what the ID is, and then when you place them with the points, it tells you how many points it creates per field then. So let's align you to terrain, rename them. This is quite a big field, this one. So we'll repaint the fields to farmland, and then we'll repaint the mesh. And now we've done our first 4 fields, which seems like a good thing because they're near enough complete. No mod contest. Is there a mod contest as well, or what? I don't even know. This is just a challenge for me, basically, to make and submit a map within 28 days. And then at the end of that 28 days, it's going to go onto my itch anyway. So anyone on PC can play it before. However, if there's a mod contest, I would probably upload it if I didn't even know. But that might give me a bit too much stress on myself. Thank you, buddy. Okay. So I'm quite glad with that so far. Let's turn debugging off. Yeah. I reckon now we need to add in some trees. Finish this section off completely. Where have I put my trees? Let's see. Here. So, I got 2 tree walls. I have a small one and a big one. I don't know how I put that one. There. So, it's not overly over the top. Something nice and subtle, just so it doesn't bombard you. Because I've come to realise if people are more concerned on what it looks like on the outside of the map, then they're not enjoying the game for what it is. I'm going to try and keep it as minimal with the trees as what I can. So we'll add in one of the big tree walls as well. Okay, I can rotate this around like so. It's on the tree wall. Is it the elm? You can drop this down slightly. So it's not too much, but it's something just to break your eyesight up. Well, I've already messed up with the online sharing, but there we are. There's no mod dependencies though. I know I've got prefabs, but well, it's only Red Dog Modding's prefab and my own prefab. But I did not know that that was the thing. Who's the mod contest for? Like, who's the person that's currently keeping it going, or what have you? But you have to remember, I have not been around for a while now. I've been gone for a good few months. Well, I shot myself in the foot with that one before even starting, didn't I? Mission failed. Ah, well good. No online sharing, though, I think, is a bit of a funny way to take things. It's sort of bringing back what FS UK used to be. I did finish that one as well. That one was called Stacking Cubes. it was basically just a game about physics and just getting as high as you could, basically. But I've got something else in the works which will eventually come to light, but not at the moment. Taking a break for it at the minute and giving myself a silly challenge to try and prove I can do something when I don't need to. I think it's more so of a way to get my head feeling a bit more creative again. Because I find when you do stuff for too long, you sort of get burnt out with it. If that makes any sense to people, I don't know. But that game I did make is on itch anyway. It's already out. That went out quite a while ago, to be fair. Does that seem too generic, or does that seem alright? Toggle these flipping notes off. There. Hey Mike, welcome along. Okay. It's a bit of progress. So, I also have a few trees that I like placing around the place here. So, one is the Boxler. It's a nice one. Basically, just add in some subtle details in places. Not too much, but just enough to split it from everything else, if that makes any sense. What's your favourite term to use? Any sense? In all fairness, it's just something to split gaps up. That's all this stuff is. Like, say, if it comes too man-made, that's the problem. I'll have to double check, because when I was just doing the paint to fields, it didn't seem to look like it worked. I feel like it all just put it into the same field. Didn't work. Okay, that's fine. So don't use that in it then, that's fine. Okay, well in other words, look, if we go back to this one, I know where we put the fields. So, let's bring this down. And let's put it to file number 2. So yeah, it's just mainly then just going back on yourself and just painting like this. It's not a problem. It's a lot easier than panicking over it. But you can also just shift click. I hold shift and it'll just paint in straight lines. Good job you caught that, because I'd have been so annoyed doing all the fields and then noticing that it's all gone. So that's something they've obviously broken in the latest update. If you press Ctrl R when you're hovering over the other bit and click, it does let you choose. So if I wanted to go to the middle one, press Ctrl R, it'll bounce back, and then if that works. Yeah. But the last time I used it, it worked. And however long that was. So obviously with these two here, I need to go to near enough where they're touching. Or I make it as a separate farmland that you can buy. Oh, which means you can buy the middle bit as well to knock the hedge down. Rather than doing placeable hedges. The same with this one. Few hurdles to overcome, but it's nothing major. It's all manageable stuff. Okay, so if we go farmland 6. We obviously have a hedge bay, so we can do this way as simple as just drag it up. And because it's so small of an area, it should be more than fine to purchase. So farmland 7, same with this one. Finding the top of the hedge and just driving through. Yeah. So that's them all done. So basically this means they can buy them separate then to what was already there. And then if they wanted to merge the right hand side to the left hand side, they can merge them two fields to make one big field, leave the middle partition in because my choice, my map. And you can do the same with the top one as well then. But then if you do it with the top one, you get rid of the footpath we've just made. I'm a plonker. I deleted the first one. Oopsies. It's always good to like fly around. Because you sometimes remember you've either done stuff you shouldn't have. One thing I forgot to do on this one. You can turn cast shadow map off on roads if you can't quite get it down as tight as you want to. But then, yeah, from the roads that we made yesterday, when we had the chamfer in, this is what she looks like, with the height map and everything turned on. Obviously, these are the gates made by a Red Dog Modding. Thank you, buddy. Well, they're the first fields anyway. I've got them to do. But we'll try and get through as many as we can today. So, a lot of me wants to add in fields by here. Like extras on the side behind the farm, but at the same time doesn't. I want to like try and keep it as in its own widths, if that makes sense. I don't want to make too much. Okay, let me pick up that tree. That's what I want. You. Even with this hedge that we put in, you have to work for it. It's not just as simple as flatten the grass and go. Thank you, mate. So that's that one so far. So I could go around and do foliage now on the floor. I'm not going to, because I think I get a bit too much into it when I do that, and then I really mess myself up. Okay, so I think that's good. I think the next section I'm going to work on is this side. But just whilst I go and about to start off, I'm going to leave it look in here for a second. I'm just going to go hop to the toilet, grab a drink, and then I'll be back. Thank you for joining me, Andre. I hope to see you again soon. Give me 5 minutes, guys, and I'll be back. So I think the new section that we're going to work on now is this big middle section. So, in regards to stuff, if any of you guys want to input and help me with stuff, feel free. Because I'm going about this on a whim. I have sort of ideas, you can see, of what I want to make, but I'm not entirely sure. So, if we close everything here down, and then the tidying up I'll do at the end, just in case I need to come back and redo stuff. So you have the hedges done. They can just be shut down. Roads are done. And then for the time being, sow the trees. So we've got 4 fields done so far. So because it's such a big road area that we can use now, we can play around a bit. So for this field in particular, I want to grab, where is it? my hedge pieces. So as of from here till about here, we're going to have it as a wooden fence. And I find if anyone's wanting to start, a lot of it can be quite daunting with a flat map. I know, it can be absolutely horrendous. But what you just need to do is just learn to take your time, let your creativity go, and don't be too fussed about what else shows up. So, I'm going to keep one piece, and the same as what we've done with the other ones, we're going to create a spline. Because, believe me, splines are the easiest way to do things now. So, we'll just bring this over to here, and then the same with the start point, we'll just bring it back a bit straighter, so it looks a bit more uniform. So, as a VR Modern said earlier, we can press Insert, Control B, and then we can hold it where we want it, press Insert, and then a lot easier to just move things up and down. So that's that. So, same as before, our spline placement panel. This now makes a new thing in our guest down here. We're going to drag that into there, and then with our objects to place, we're going to delete the second one, but the first one we can keep, but we will drag this one down into objects to place. I'm pretty sure this is about, is it 1.5 to 2 meters? Put it in the middle here, let's just see. This scales that by 2. Yeah, so give or take, 2 meters should give us more than enough. So if we set this to 2, obviously select your spline placement, and then we're going to place objects. It probably will be rotated wrong, the same as everything else, but we could fix that, no problem. Yeah, which is fine. So our objects to place, we don't need it anymore, so if you could please go away. And then if you select every single one, apart from one, we'll do it this way because I can choose the rest then. So how many do we register that time? 34. So generally, because everything works in itself, it should, theoretically, it should work fine. Where you select them all and they should all follow in situ. And there you have it. Nice fence section done. Like as we had it with the first one, just lift it slightly, like so. You can come down and have a look at it from the side. Drop it down to where you think you need it level, and then just drop it to match the height. Happy days. It's another one done. And another thing that we can do now is, because we've done that, all we need to do is we have this fence walls there. We can click one here, shift click the other one, and then we can come up to the top here by holding the middle mouse button on your selection, and then letting go where you want it. And now it is all where you want it to be. And this is where it brings our other spline into good situ, because now we can press insert, and we can press B and insert, and then we can work everything around to where we want it for the main road, and use the same spline to put our hedges down around the entire thing. So let's go again. I'm going to press here. So I'm going to try and keep it about the same distance away as we did by here, just so it looks nice and good. But the thing is, right, we have this opening section here. There's nothing to say if you wanted to make it wider, you can. So yeah, you can go wider like this, and then when it comes closer to where the field is, you can bring it back in closer. Basically, just don't try and make it look uniform. That's one big tip I have. Just do it, feel the flow, go with it, and if something doesn't look right, it's your choice, it's your map. The biggest thing I think you can do as someone who makes maps is just have fun. If you try and put too much pressure on yourself, that's when you're going to start running into problems. Like what I'm doing, like putting so much stress on yourself to just try and make a map in 28 days. Oh, I'm not really giving good advice here, I'm a bit of a hypocrite. Yeah, you just carry on and nice and easy does it. Any of you working on any maps or anything, or how are you spending your Sunday? Or your summer holidays, whichever it is. Remember, if you guys are new here, that we have a Discord channel where there's 800 of us that like speaking on helping to learn to mod or need some help with some certain queries, and at the same time with this challenge I'm going to be making a plaque for 28 people who have been here watching and supporting me doing this process, and it will be forever in the map. The best way to do that is to go to the Discord and put in your name or like in the post that I've put in the 28 Days Challenge group, and I will be adding your name in promptly. Right, this is being annoying. Why is this annoying me? Obviously missed a few bits last night in my sleep. I missed a hell of a good few spots here, didn't I? Hell. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to have another fence piece and around, because this is where I'm going to have the church built. Just as another little thing to have a look at. Okay, so if we fly over back to the other side again. Go to the end. So the same principle as the other side, we're just going to carry on. Obviously, I can already picture some places of where I want to put gates. Still learning this new method, so I keep forgetting some parts. Don't worry about if you cross over onto your things, because they're just a guess. It's just like a layout formula that I use to make as well. So if anyone's wanting to know, it is a real terrain. I've just modified it slightly to work for what I want it for. We'll see, and then you've got our farm entrance. And most likely, on the farm side, you can have a wall as well as this fence. Because it does drop off quite a bit. I hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday. Okay. So, we have a second spline done. What's this one? Oh, I obviously messed up the spline at one point. But that's fine, we can just delete that one because we don't need it. Okay. So, same as before. If we change this to 500, you can change this one as well to 500. I just messed up because I got rid of my nice one that I worked on. Okay. Shut you back down. Drag you into a back to place. What did I say it was? No, I don't you. I need you. To there. So, spline placement. Probably need to open up the script again. Yeah, and I don't need that one. That can go. So I think I worked it out earlier, 7.5. So with it selected, you can go from there. So we placed 228 hedges, eh? So, I need to fly up to the start. So this is where I messed this up, I should have been here. And then we just rotate it until they all line up nicely. Done. As you can see, it flies them in quite quickly. And then we have all the hedges in. I'll follow right the way around so you guys can see. And it gives it a really nice touch. It's not too much, it's not too little. It works just about right, really, for what we need. Another thing I will do is the same as the last time on this corner. Is just make it wider. Because with a little bit more width, it makes it look less compact and nicer. So when you're driving along the road, you've got a nice open area to pull in. And obviously, we had our hedges. Not our hedges, we had the things here. So, the best thing about doing what we did is we can set this down like so. So it'll match into the foliage better at the bottom. And I think I went up to the... So these can all vanish. And then with this hedge, we can always drop it down a bit. Just to have a bit of variation in the middle. Can't remember where I went to. Quite far, did I? Oh, I went quite far with it. There. There we are. So the same with this one then. We just angle it down. And then work it in. And you've got a lovely entrance way upwards. And then here is where the plan is to have the farm entrance. So we'll delete them as well as with this one. We're going to slightly rotate this one down this way because we're going to swap the way the road opens, and I'm probably going to have a wall there that opens it up. And then here we're going to have a bit of a wall this side as well then. So another thing I might do with this hedge is drop this right hand side down. And by increasing it to 500, you can see the distance is mildly greater and it works really good, even for distance hedges. And it doesn't actually affect your performance that much either. So bear with me 2 seconds and I shall be back. We are back. Oh dear. Oh, save. There we go. Yeah, so we've got a nice little bit done here. So this farm is going to be inset down quite a bit in the valley here. If I bring you down, you can see that's where you'd be coming down onto the farm. A few sheds here, and then you'd be out looking that way. I'd probably have another field in here, I will be honest. Maybe a few more, but that's to come down the line. So another thing I was looking at here was I quite like the look of this, so we're going to change this slightly. So I'm going to make this as a bit of an open triangle, mainly so it adds a bit more life. Because from where I am, it's surprising not every hedge is uniform. It's quite asymmetrical. So, or asymmetrical, however you say it. So, the same with this side. Not perfect. Just twist it, yeah, like so. So then we have a nice open area where you can have 2 farm tracks coming in, have a field entrance by there, and then another field entrance on your right. But because you've got such a big area, you don't need mass amounts. So I like to use gravel. Gravel's like my main go-to for pathways to start off with from the road. And as you can see, it might look differently to yours and a bit smaller density because I've changed everything around. And then with this one we can just bring that one in as well. You can use the road as a guide. So you have two ways really in which the fields communicate. Obviously it's nice and simple, there's no rush, there's no panicking, just which direction you want to go. Like you can cross everything as you would be as a normal farm. Make it a bit unique, because nothing's the same. So, now that we've got the gravel in, I like going back and I want to look for mud tracks. Then you can just start adding in a few patches of mud to make it look a bit less uniform. Because every farm is muddy. If you have a clean farm, there's something wrong, or you have too much time in your hands. And then there is another one. And then if you have mud grass, is that the other one? No. Well, you can, I suppose, just in between places here. Just breaks it up a bit, rather than having too many uniform colours. And it's nice to have some green patches in the middle, because then you can just add them on. But it gives you a nice area where you can pull off the beaten track and keep going. So what I'm using on the side as well, I think, is it mud leaves? Yeah. So I like using mud leaves, which you can then put on the side of the ways you drive in. Gives a sense of it's worn in and it's not just a randomly placed track, because we're going to have trees around here as well. It just adds that slight bit more variation. Because in a way, when you make a map, it's not just the need to make a map, you are an artist, per se. So, just to give it a bit more variation again, we can come in here and I'm going to add in a bit of a raised bit where the section is. Just adds a bit more depth, same as everything else. It means that the verges and all aren't just pre-placed and flat, they have a bit more life to them. So if you hit them, you are going to go flying. Like if we come back down to road level, it's not much, it's very little, but when you're driving you will notice. And another thing you can do is you can lower sections in different areas or raise them to give the illusion of bumps. Like the mud pieces especially, if you lower them down, you'll have a nice little bumpy little line track then where it looks like water over time has got them all down. Little things. And for these gates again, we're going to go to my own custom gate. We just have to duplicate it, and when you change gates, just change the last number because they can't be the same. So. same for this one, but we'll flip the gate to the other side. Yeah, well. Bear with me 2 seconds. Right. Here we go. Good. We just crossed the 2-hour mark now. I think we're making good, decent progress. Okay. So I'm trying to do it where the gates aren't going to be a massive headache for anyone who is trying to get on it. So, what we need to do, we're going to grab these beautiful fence posts again. So a lot of it is reusing stuff. That is the big part of everything here. This is why we make our sets. Again, with this, you don't have to go too over the board because it's only just enough that you can see what's happening. I think I may have just taken a piece. I did. So we're getting there. Very slowly, but surely. And obviously just lower the hedges. They match nicely then. Because the problem I find sometimes with splines is they can place things a bit too high. Very subtle details. But you can imagine if I put a tree here, it's an obstacle that you need to get around. So say instead of having our big gorgeous tree by there, we can duplicate it and it can have another one right next to it in a slightly different orientation. So it gives you a nice effect, as per se, when you come to drive through. But it's just finding the right place to put it. It's a nice area to drive through there when you got nice stuff here. It looked nice. And then just to break up some more, I like grabbing the smaller trees. Oh, that is not a small tree. Oops. This is the one we want. Just put it in the edge, like so. You're just decorating areas as you go in. Okay, so with this hedge now, this one's going to be a continuous one right the way through. Not like the other one, but I might add another one in. Okay, so we obviously have our place hedgerows here. If we select them all. And then what we need to do is close our hedges, transform down, just so we can see it enough. Select it all. And then the same as that one, we can just drag it in. They're all in the same bit. So under our new spline, we can get rid of that spline. So, same as what we've done before, just keep it going. We'll map all this in. If there's any issues with my microphone or any audio, please let me know. Noisy cheers. So that's there done. So if we drag this into our spline placements, we don't need to change anything else. Just press place. Done. So you have a nice little field here then. Another thing I've quite like is this little section, because you can, same as what we sort of did before really, can add a little bit of variation into where the fields actually connect. Doesn't limit you down to being stuck to straight gate paths. It's all little tiny things. This as best as I can make it out to anyone. But like we did, just add in some nice patches of mud in places. Especially when you touch the grass fields and then come out, or the fields, shall we say. You're never going to be clean coming out of the field. your mud leaves, just properly case it in to keep it separate. It does seem tight when you'll be driving through it, don't get me wrong, but I don't want a feeling of a big open map where you can get a blooming massive thing through. That's not my aim for this map. So again, same as the other one, we'll just slightly raise it and then lower it back down. We'll add a few trees in there as well. Just split it up. Same as before, on the mud, just drop it down. We've left some areas as well. This is one thing I used to do before, but you can just add it slightly in the middle of where the grass would grow, so they tend to be the highest sections. Okay, so we're going to have a hedge run down here and there, and then we're going to have trees around this section then. If that makes any sense to you guys? I think so. So we'll grab a hedge. So we can be quite frugal with some bits, yeah? I wouldn't be too fussed because we have full control of how we want it to look. So I know I've got a boundary for the field, that's fine, but we can just go over it if we want to, or leave it open. This is completely up to us. Think of this as the small little oasis you'd find in a field sometimes, if you catch my drift. Because there's always some fields that you get to and you're thinking, oh, that's a nice little hidden spot. So that's what we've got. Just take it down and enjoy it. I put a bit too much pressure on myself doing this on live streams as well. But there we are. I'm going to do myself a favour, I'm going to press save whilst we go through. Hello to the new people that have just joined us. I hope you guys are having a beautiful Sunday. If you joined us yesterday, you'll see that we've made quite some massive progress since yesterday's stream, or streams. This is also day 2 of the 28-day map challenge that I'm currently doing, where I go from making a map from pretty much nothing to submitting whatever's left on day 28. This is the biggest problem you have when you start doing hedges manually. if you don't pay attention, they start to float and creep up into the sky. Right. Bear with me 2 seconds, I'll finish this section and I'll show you the progress that we've currently made today. Okay, so yesterday we started this off, and it was just a blank map. And we managed to get the layout sorted within about the first 10-20 minutes, which is what you can see here. I then managed to went on stream first to make these dual main roads. So they're all done, nice and dusted, and then last night then I came back on about 10:30 at night, didn't really speak, and I got the lanes done. So bring on to today's progress. Firstly we went round and we done all these hedges. We placed the artificial hedges that you can remove. Got some of the nice details in with the hedges. Put a little light boundary of trees in the end. I can't be bothered doing massive ones to block you seeing. I want you to sort of be able to see the boundary that I put in, which is what you can see here. Gives a bit of something to look at. This is the other road then, which would lead up to the dairy farm, which would go down the hill into the valley. And then it gives you a nice little view back on yourself up there as well. So we've done the field definitions and the painting and the farmlands for this part. So this section is known enough as it will be complete. So now we've moved on to this section. We've currently marked this field out. We've done the hedges around. So when you come down onto the road section here, this is what this section of the road currently looks like. Got the nice fences by there that go up the hill and then show a sort of dip and dip of side. You can see the nice mountain coming out in the background. So we marked this hedge across, fine, and then we made this little triangle here for the tree with a nice rocky path that runs straight into the field. There's no foliage yet, but that's fine. I haven't planned to do the foliage as of yet. So we're going to come back to that shortly. And obviously you've got my own made gates, which are an Irish D-style double gate, and the fences then. So they're all nice and done. And now we're working on a little junction point I wanted to make in the middle, which connects these 3 fields together. This field, however, I don't know whether to have it come off from the side of this field or have another junction up in this corner. Might go in this corner so you can cross back through and come up, but we're just currently working on this bit, which will have some oak trees in the middle, because we finished with everything else we were doing with it just before I started explaining stuff. A nice little area for people to come through. Are these oak trees? Yeah. So we can add some other small oaks around the place. Nothing major. I don't want to make it too overwhelmingly massive. I don't want to make it too complicated. I just want to make it a nice little area where people can just visit. There's not too much, but it's a good little area through that you'd be able to get your tractors through. I think we should get rid of that one and put one more big tree just in here. Just so it's nice, and so when you're coming on the road, it's a nice little split. So, bear with me again, 2 seconds. The joys of trying to do stuff when you've got kids. Right, so where did I leave off? So the same with these hedges again. We can add them back over, just double checking that we are speaking and not talking to ourselves. The mic muted, because slightly annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so we can get rid of that spline as well, we don't need that one anymore. Create a new one, drag it into you, and we can begin the process again. So you have to be careful with some things because they can be a bit of a pain. Majority of the time, everything's fine. So, same as before, just place. And then in your objects to place, my hedges for some reason keep doing this and I can't fix it. No matter how many times I make them. So, there's our secondary hedge done as well. So one thing you can do with these, which I'm going to do, you can see here there's another issue you can have with them. You just have to set them down slightly, or rotate them on some hills, because sometimes they turn into alright pain. But I'm going to use it to my advantage. So we're going to make it with a hedge slightly depths, comes back up the other side, and carries on. Very subtle, but when you're playing it doesn't look artificial. I think all the rest look fine. Maybe drop a few more. Yeah, touch. Quite a smooth process. If you can stay into it and not lose too much motivation, you should be fine. So I'm going to pinch some more tree walls here. And I'm just going to place some ready along here, because I'm going to have hedges, but I'm also going to have the tree wall there just to split everything up. And another thing I'm going to do with this tree wall, we're going to rotate it around obviously, but I'm going to make it wider. So we're going to make Z 1.5, we're going to make X 1.5, and we're going to make Y 1.5. Only for this one for now, just because it is a bigger breakaway that we don't want to be accessed or seen as clearly. So you can see it's a bit more of a jump, but that's fine. We can just do this and then rotate it and carry on. Obviously, just make sure it's in the floor. I feel like I'm speaking this like a bit of a tutorial thing, but it's just my way of doing it. I'm going to lift my screen slightly, you know, because I feel like it's a bit low. Oh. Okay, that's better. I can feel like I sit with a better posture now rather than leaning down to try and see the screen. Oh. Probably should have done this challenge when Summer Holidays was finished. I didn't have kids. Oh well. Win some, you lose some, unfortunately, with kids. So this hedge is just going to, obviously, look, it splits up more of a boundary. And it'll make the trees look like it's a wider area rather than a small one. But the best thing is, what we can do is we can switch it back down to the smaller one. Like say on the next one I can change it to 1.25 on each one, which is half the size again, just to bring it back down gradually rather than too quickly. So it's less harsh on the eyes, if that makes any particular sense. So 1, 1, 1, now we're back to normal scale. And it doesn't actually look all too bad, which could be a good indicator for what we could do down the line. Don't need much to it, but any little helps. So obviously we've gone off track of it, but it's nice and easy in smaller assets. You can just drag them over. No hay and no fuel. So back to the trees that we brought in. I can just drag them over now. So the best thing about this is it doesn't need to be exact. Because it's a game at the end of the day. And we just need to remember that and have fun whilst doing what we want to do. So rather than taking it and dropping everything too far, you can hop back and forth. So obviously we've got this section of tree here, we can move that back. But you only just need it in the hedge, you don't need it too far. That's like a really good improvement over what was there anyway. So I'm going to give us a quick save, just in case if anything goes wrong. It's not much. I'm not trying to do a big change. All I'm trying to achieve with these trees is a bit of a boundary. Just a bit better than what it was prior. So as you can see, not all the trees are in the ground. Well, they are just, but they're a bit out of whack for where we want them. That's fine. Just a nice, simple, quick fix that you can do. Going back and forth, and then just double checking the other side. And again, I think we'll have the same sort of tree line running across here up towards the farm. That's actually a good point. We could actually make a lane coming down from the back of the farm here and into, it's like side by side to this field, if that makes any clue. So our last tree line going in here now. And same thing, just prepare and make sure it's all looking handy and dandy. when you're at a distance, it looks tidy. It doesn't look too much, it doesn't look too little. It looks like it's supposed to be there, and that's what the feeling is I'm trying to go for. A lot of this is tinkering, just testing things out. Like, just move things around, you can slightly alter the way it looks and everything. Okay. So that's 2 fields completely marked off. So back on the trees, and there you go. So we'll create a new spline. Let's not do that. Let's give it a save again. Bear with me. It takes a while to save sometimes. I need to get my second monitor running. Yeah, finally saved. Okay, so let's run the spine from here this time. And keep going. Like I said, we're going to put the different trees in there, but we'll take it around the side of the church here. I think it will be a nice thing to add in. I'm going to go back a few. Okay, so same as before, click the spine placement and then place objects. Welcome to anyone new that's just popped in yet. Welcome to the 28-day challenge. And we making a map within 28 days and submitting it to Modhub. So, let's get these hedges rotated. This one, don't know what you're doing, mate. You're on a bit of a wonk. Plenty two in there. Slightly longer. One thing I'm going to do with these ones this time is we're going to drop them ever so slightly because it's doing my head in a bit that I need to keep moving them. Okay. It's looking better. Okay, so let's just select these ones and I'll drop these ones on too. So this is our churchyard then. Hey, Wake. No, not entirely. This is a completely fictional map. I've used a real terrain, and then I've manipulated it into how I'd like it to turn out. So obviously this is an area near me, which I've used as the border, but then I've manipulated the edges and the terrain in the middle to suit what I want. Okay, so same as before. Let's shut you down. If it gets in the way otherwise. Grab all of our hedges that we just placed there. And we're going to put this then back into our hedges transform. Like so. Now we're back to square one again. So one more hedge that we need to add in. And it's along this line by here. Keep on going. So we put our spline black in here, and then we press place. Same as everything else again. If anyone knows a fix for this and why it always does this, it would be greatly appreciated. Okay. Such a horrible UI. Makes everything harder at times. Because if you misplace it, like, good God. What a pain in the backside. Okay. We're getting there. I don't like saving it. Come on. There you go. I get really, really worried when I try and save things. Okay. We could always add one more hedge in here along the top. But we'll smooth this out because for some reason it looks really weird. So I want to move these because I feel like it makes a natural. Oh no, not them. I feel like it makes a natural gateway through by there. Yeah. Okay. Can manage that. Yeah, let's see. Well, if that's the case, I can do this. I am half tempted though with this piece to make it out of fence posts. What do you reckon? Fence posts? Trying this out. Where did I put them? Walls. Nice. And I reckon basing it with the same thing. I'll move them out of the way. I think so. We'll get rid of you back down to the bottom. Put you back in. I'm going to do the same again but with the hedges, but I'm going to put the distance to 7.5 and I'll just delete what I don't need. I reckon that could look alright. It splits up the other far end. Gives a natural nice gateway in through there. So let's drop you down slightly. Just a nice little bit. It amazes me with fence panels how they're a bit of a pain in the ass when you have to take them uphill. select? It's always the same. Why are some of these such a pain to piss and select? No. Hello, thank you. Like what? I swear I just done these. Okay. So we obviously spoke about putting this in earlier. We may have to work out how to put it in properly in a second, you know. Good thing about using everything from the same pack. Okay. So slightly twist. Could come up slightly too. And then let's bring you out to here and across. This is the joys of mapping for anyone who hasn't seen this stuff being done before. It can get quite daunting. We will soldier through. So I like to put a few through into bushes just so I can hide the rest of it. So basically what we're doing is this style. Oh, where am I putting? M3. That one, that one, that one. So what I'm doing is I'm adding a little bit of a footpath through the whole entire map. So you can walk from one to the end if you wanted to through and what have you. Because I think it'll be a nice look. So same again. We're going to put these into the hedges part. Again, giant. And there we are. Okay, so now that we're done with the walls and everything for a minute, we'll shut everything else down. So, get rid of the spline, we don't need it anymore. Bear with me 2 seconds. Right, sorry about that. Back again. Okay, so that's done for a second. We'll go now and put these fields together. So the same as what we did with these three, we'll do the same with these. So, first things first, we've got terrain detail selected obviously, but now we just need to get rid of these boundaries that we previously made. The boundaries I made before, they were just a little guess or a guide for me to follow. So some nice big fields as well as some smaller ones. They're big, but they're not overly big, I will be honest with you, because it is a smaller map than base. It probably looks a lot bigger than what it is. It's a lengthy process. That's all I can say. Why won't you disappear? So the other thing that I wanted to establish was this natural entranceway that we had here. So obviously we need gravel. I'll just follow it through. Something similar. And then we'll go up here and we'll grab our mud tracks. Mud grass, just a few dark spots around the place here. We can continue on with everything after. Just to break it up. And then we've got our mud leaves. Just as our boundary. It manages to split the grass to the track. So, same as before now. We'll get our height tool and we're just going to lower down these parts. Basically to give you the sense of the mud is actually softer ground rather than strong ground. Thing for everyone who might want to add stuff in, little details that people might not notice but might do, is these little grass pieces, just increase them very slightly, increase the height of them so there's a lump in the middle of the road. Easy peasy. So when you come down and look at it at the ground level, you can see it's nice and bumpy, it's rugged, it's not just a solid base. So, field-wise. If we just smoothen this out, because I know there's a few bits there that I can see that aren't quite as I want them to be. Okay. So, we now need to go up to the top. We'll click save, we'll get another save going. And we will open our field toolkit. Or map toolkit, they've changed it to now. So, we're going to do a new field. Choose field numero 5. We're going to select them two and place it in the middle, like I said earlier on. The reason we do that is so you can have it in the middle. You don't move your polygons. If you move your polygons, you're going to have issues. So, these 4, delete, you don't need them. So, we're going to do everything down here. I'm going to create a new transform and just put it as rubbish. Because everything's just going to get in the way otherwise. So we drag that into rubbish. And it's just all little tiny bits and bobs. You just need to remember what you have. Obviously, bit of tidying up to do a minute. Just so we can get quicker access. There, so we've got our spline, we're going to put that into our polygon points. We're going to duplicate that, and I'm going to put it in fields so I can come back to it. So, nice little way to do it now. You just keep placing. Can do these pretty quickly. There's no rush or a break or anything you need to do differently here. Then press O when you're finished. So again, this is a script that I use, which is mine, same as before. You just press it and boom, all the points have been made. You can then click on your field, open your field toolkit, we're going to align the points to the floor. We're going to rename from the selected field, and we're going to, when it decides to load, we're going to repaint fields. As simple as that, you have another field done and dusted and ready to go. I'm not painting these onto farmlands because if we have a look here, which one is it? I think it's 8. The reason I haven't is because it just all sets it to the single one, and it gets very infuriating when you're just trying to whiz through it. So there's obviously an issue with Giants Editor's toolkit. But we just painted in nice and quick. We're on 8. This is for the 5, but I've added 2 extra things in. So all good. Might be my fault for doing it a wrong way, but you can make it work quite well. Okay. With the field toolkit, you can show everything. I should be able to see yours as well. Yeah. Okay, so let's get on to another field because that one's all done. And then in go there. There you go. So, the same as before. Both the name indicators, we're just going to place it in the middle. Nice and easy. And then your polygon points, the same as before, just get rid. So what we're doing is basically what the game needs to recognise a field and puts plants in it for you. Okay, so with it selected, using my script. Nicely done. We're going to align to terrain and rename. Well done. Days, and we're just going to repaint the field. New field again, same stuff. Spline, duplicate the spine, put it into polygon points. Oh, come on. There you go. It can be a bit annoying at times. It's not always the easiest thing to use splines. Well, the mouse button thing, it's all a bit keft and weird. Remember to press O when you finish, otherwise it won't work. Same as before. Just gonna put it in the middle. I like making my life a bit hard. Making awkward check fails. Couldn't think of anything worse than Farming Simulator 17. What a headache it would be.
There's a nice tidy sized fields here.
Broken. Well, that can stay as a 1. I hate this stuff at times because they can get so annoying. No, what do I need? What's it gone to? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 I need. Field 6. You can be field 7. And the same with your notes. They've really messed up that map toolkit, I'm not gonna lie. 7, 8. Okay, problem avoided, right. I probably will add a few more fields. Duplicate. No? Oh my good God. Bear with me 2 seconds. Right, let's keep on going. Obviously, there's some fields, if you want to, you don't have to do this. Which I might actually change eventually, because I need grass as well in places. Press O to finish it. And that is pretty much stage 2 done. Apart from some trees that we need to place around the place. We're getting there, boys. We're getting there, boys and girls. Moving on. 3 hours. Oof, we're in a good stream today. So we've got the rest of that side to do, but that's all well and truly good. Let's block out the church here, shall we? Right, because why not? So we want to go 30 meters? No, 50? Yeah, 50 meter church. If we go 12 wide. 30 looks too, 50 looks too long now. Let's go 35. And then we'll duplicate. We'll rotate Y by 90. We want to change Z to be 8. So this is, no, maybe 10 maybe. And then, actually yeah, this is where we could mess that up and go for 40. Let's go 10. It's only like a brief thing, because this isn't final. But it's just where we're going to have the church sat. We probably could do it in a different style as well, rather than in a cross. But we're going to have a parking area in there as well, and then just make it a bit like a burial ground. Come to think of it, I could probably move that out the way. If we go on the field toolkit and toggle visibility on field notes, happy days. Well, I think we're making some good progress here. We're going to have them wooden fences again across here, so it'll be nice and open onto the land. Trees. So, a lot of what I like doing with trees, if you're in a predicament where you don't know what to do with them, is just place them around rough locations of where you think you'd have trees placed in, and then you can figure them out as you go along. Obviously some places you can have some more trees than others. Nothing wrong with that. So if we come over here again, I can obviously move this tree around. If you click control every time, it gives you a random rotation. Add some life. Like say we've got this area here, that's fine, and then you got the boxlers. Boxlers? Is there a boxler? If I can find a tree. Box elder. It would help if I actually said it correctly, wouldn't it? So these are obviously a lot smaller. You can add a lot more of these in places because it'll split everything up a lot nicer. But again, a lot of mapping is a less is more. But it's just to split up the big open gaps. So I find for a British map, the box elders and the oaks are the best suited for British maps. You can obviously make one of them bigger as well if you wanted. There's no limitations on what you can and can't do. Again, try and make them look slightly sporadic. And instantly, in that reason, all I've done is place a few trees, but it's made the dead area look quite busy. Made it look quite alive. which when you start adding life for the tractors in and everything, it would really make this area look really, really good. So, obviously I've placed the trees. You can also, with the box elders, make it bigger. You don't have to have them the same size. You can have them in different variations everywhere. Different sizes. They all work quite well. But it instantly makes a map that would be quite bland, I find, look quite lively. And again, I'll reiterate it again, less is more with these. You don't need trees everywhere blocking your view. You want to be able to let people see through and see into the views. So, let's just tidy some of these up. I placed it over hedges. You just have to be careful where you place them. There's nothing bad about it. It's just how they slightly need to work. Like again, same with this one. It's just make it a bit bigger. Like the size variation is slightly different. Slightly wonky tree as well, aren't you? There's nothing to say on your own ones. You can make little tunnels out of trees, anything you want. Like some of these are a bit small for the area that I'm wanting them to sit in. But nothing, something like that can't quickly fix. It depends where you want them. Do you want them in the field? Do you want them on the side? Again, choice is yours. Like for some of them, I'm purposely wanting to put them in the fields. It just adds that extra bit. Welcome along to anyone that's new to the stream. I hope you are doing well. This is day 2 of the challenge to make a map within 28 days and submit it to Modhub. Not released, but submitted. Because some of them, you don't need them to be on the hedge boundary all the time. You can leave a lot of them. So I've done all these ones down to here. So you can see we're missing some decent places to put them. It's just placing the trees as we wish to have them. And if you want to follow along and watch the progress as we go, please remember to subscribe or join the Discord server where I'll be posting a few of the updates and stuff, but this is where it mostly be is on YouTube. We have a very active Discord server who have many people who are more than happy to help with any issues that you may be having in regard to modding, and are more than happy to give you some advice or try and help you find a solution. You can go to a bigger one. So how many people we got in here that are British or love British maps? Or how many people are here that used to be around when Farming Simulator UK or FS UK was still a thing? I was only a little boy when that came out. A bit grown up from then now. Put that way too far down. I do apologise if it goes quiet at any stage. I end up getting quite concentrated into a flow of doing things. I feel like trees are something you can overdo very easily. If you think about it too much, I think you can really ruin stuff. So there we are. Floating fence. So this is where we're currently at now, and I think for day 2 that puts us in a very good position to go forward. So we've been currently streaming today for 3.5 hours, and yesterday between the two, so we're currently about 6 hours total in. Hey Farmhand Andy, how are you doing, buddy? It's going good. I'm feeling like we're getting a good bit of progress done here, as you can see. So all the roads are done, lanes are done. Just concentrating on fields and hedges at the minute, and a bit of I'll show you it now, like little tiny details of gateways and little patches like that might help with the situation of the map a bit better. Is it quite quiet on headphones, or do you want me to, or is it too loud? Maybe I have my audio up a bit too much. Let's see that. How does that work? Is that working any better? You'll have to keep me in the know, because I haven't an absolute clue. Maybe I have my audio up. Aha, there, right. I think we sorted it out. Let's see that. Right, there we are. Is that better now? I've turned the music down. I think I had the music on a bit too loud. So my voice should... There, happy days. Yeah, it's a UK style map. I'm obviously from Wales, and I'm just making a small map. So your normal map size is the same as my entire border. So what I'm doing is I'm making a map that's in a 2048 DEM, but the unit per pixel is set to 0.5. So it's half the size, but has double the density of pixels like you would have. I'm glad to hear. It's always hard because not many people talk, so it's hard to know if I'm doing something right or wrong. But yeah, we're doing it that way. So your density with doing things is a lot better. You can cram a lot more detail into places. So you're not having bigger areas. Like on a 2048 map, it would be impossible to do that nice of a lane because the stuff's too big. And then obviously you've got the hedges, the man-made hedges you can get rid of, which is another thing I've made. But we're just plodding on. We're just getting things done, seeing how they go. Like for them hedges, we're not going to have gates on them. They're just going to be like your old worn down thing. Yeah, it will be detailed, basically. Because if I come... Obviously, you know what it works like on a 2048 map. So let's say, hypothetically, you want to add in a drainage ditch on the side of the road. Well, if you did that in the other one, it would be a pain. But if I done it here, look, and kept my hand down, it only makes it small, and with the other one would make a massive dent like that. So, like, say if I put the hardness up a bit more, put it down to as small as I can go, or just a bit bigger, and then keep pressing like this, you can make quite the nice ditch out of the blue. I'm hoping it won't be PC only. I'm hoping I can get this to pass through Modhub and everything and get it on. I'd love for anyone to be able to play this, because just by changing how the game engine runs should be fine. With 4x maps is you change the actual DEM file, which is the image file that holds the height map. But I've kept that as a standard one and just manipulated what's on the inside of the engine to bring it smaller. Might work, might not. But because it's only half the size, I can make it more detailed whilst still saving on the performance of what a big 2x map is. I hope. So, I have a feeling I've just had an idea. Might be wrong, but give me your input. We make like a pub. Like down in this little area. Get this out the way. It's a really cool thing to learn. Like, I've been doing this on and off since FS 15, probably. I've been playing FS since FS 11 first came out. But I'm only self-taught. I've had a bit of help along the way, but most of it's been self-taught and battling things to try and figure out myself. Like, if you need to know, my computer's only got a Ryzen 5 3600 in it, and it's got 32 gigabytes of DDR4, and it's got a 1660 Ti graphics card in it from donkeys years ago now. And it still holds up, just about. I get some hitches, as you can see. It's not the best in here, but like you guys are seeing the stream at 1080p, but my screen is a 1440. So it's downscaled slightly, and obviously that graphics card is running OBS and everything. Okay, well there we are. We'll add a pub. So we got the pub down the bottom. I'm gonna have a dealer here, something like Winstay or what we've got down here, CCF here, as your sell point, another sell point, and then I'm gonna add a chapel or a church up the top end here. And maybe like a little open yard up here just for storage if people want it. Or maybe another field. One of the two. Because in the main things of doing this, the left-hand side of the map as you see it now is going to be the dairy side. If that makes sense. Yeah, and you've done really, really nice maps, MS Modern. Well, your 3050 is better than mine, because mine's only a 6 gigabit graphics card. Yours is 2 gigabyte more, so you should be able to handle a bit more than me. So basically what I'm going to do is, there's a dairy farm going to be in this little dip here. I'll just go down there for you guys to have a look at what I mean. So it's like a little dip there, but we're going to have a lane that curls down into the yard, and you're going to have different heights, maybe. It is, especially GDR4. It's nuts. So that's my plan for that one. Have the house on the side here, but then a massive lane going through. As a dairy farm then. Might have fields above, but I've left it empty for now because I don't know what to do with it, really, because I haven't designed the layout. And then this right-hand side of the map then is what I'm planning to be a arable small holding. So you'll have a smaller footprint, but it's going to be more grain sheds. It's going to be open ground, just so you can add things in. Hence why you've got the bigger fields near enough around here than this side. Even though now I'm looking at it, no, it's wrong. It's the other way around, but it's fine. I might do. I'm going to try and do everything myself, just to give myself the challenge, because the only thing that I haven't got of mine in here is Red Dog Modding's double gate. That gate is the only thing that isn't mine in here at the minute. Obviously, I haven't put any foliage down, because I'm going to wait until it's a later time for that. But I think I'll have to go get some food in a minute, because I've been going for ages. Because I might add like a little forestry area up the top here. It's just like trying to work out a design, really, more so than anything else. Obviously, the arable side, it's only got a single lane track. I need to fix some of this. Some of this went completely wrong yesterday. I done all this last night about midnight, so I wasn't really paying attention. And if anyone else has kids, then you're going to know you're going to be up from stupidly early in the morning. Well, my boys are anyway, they're up from 5. And I didn't come off until... Was it after 12 last night? I think I come off after I finished the other stream. Yeah, so basically, what I've done, Chris, is you keep your DEM size 2048 by 2048, right? You keep that as it is. But what you do is you go onto your terrain, and then you go to your terrain body over here, and then where it says units per pixel, that's 1, which means 2048 across. But if you want it to be 1024 across, so it's literally a quarter of the size, like the area, you're going to save a lot of thing on it, and you get better density on anything every way. So you set it to 0.5, and I'm assuming you should be alright with that with console. I don't think it would be an issue. But I can't see why it would be an issue, because it should be fine. But yeah, this is the other way down to the other side of the map then. I've also got the plans of a few terrace houses to go along this area. And then your dealer, obviously. Might add like a few extra houses along the main road in places. A fuel station we could add. I haven't thought about that. How bad would it be to say, like, this is your fuel station area. By here, per se. I haven't added one of them in. That might be a good thing to add. Oh, nice. I think when I bought my computer, I didn't even buy it brand new, I bought mine second hand. And I've just upgraded the RAM in it so far. Have you thought about the AMD cards? If you go in an AM5? Because I know the 9070 XT is quite a good card. Yeah. I think that'll work well, actually. Station in the middle of the road. That's good, yeah. 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 That'd be nice, because I don't know if you've seen them, Chris, but I've made these gates, which resembles what we have over here in southwest Wales, which is a lot of a smaller farming area. Then it's not a massive area that you have farmers in. And also, I see a few of these gates around. I know no one else has made them, so I got these. So it sort of has that rural island, rural Wales vibe to it, and that's what I'm trying to achieve with this map, basically. But I got 28 days, so whatever's left in 28 days, that's what is being released. So I think I'm going to go and have some dinner, so I might leave the stream on. I might go for like an hour. Or I can turn it off and I'll come back later. But I'm going to try and say this area. I'll work up to this area later on. Mark everything out, get all the trees done for it, etc. The two latches on the gate is basically livestock gates. Usually used on yards rather than thing. It gives it basically a second security seal rather than just the one in the middle. So say if you have like a cow or anything that has a bit of a fucking strong tongue, you can't just open the gate and let everyone out. You'd have to have two, basically. It's added security. I wouldn't be too fussed on what your card is, though, because you have to imagine, right? I've got the 1440 Ti monitor running now on the 1660 Ti 6GB, and I'm mapping, and I've got Blender open in the background, and I'm streaming. So the cards that are older do stuff. Oh, don't. I end up saving so much just because I don't want to lose everything. And I've done that a few times with a few maps, and then that ends up being the one for me that I'm like, yeah, let's go on to a new map. I'm trying to think of some layout designs for the two farm areas. Probably. Hi, CB Modern, how you doing, buddy? Basically, I want to have a shed, which I'm trying to think how I want to do it. That is probably back here, or just about further forward a little bit. The 980 Ti is an absolute weapon. I had a 970 and that was good. I'm looking forward to it. I usually really mess it all, and I usually like leave. That's what the challenge. But I'm thinking like a little shed here that would have a field above here, but it's purely a cow, like animal pen that they can just run. So I know I'm gonna have the house built up here. Probably a smaller grass field down here on a bank for a bit more challenge. Your pasture field. Yeah. That's another thing. If you guys have any ideas of what layout you'd want or how a farm would work or what you think, and I can take ideas then and we can all add them in. I'm going to write some of you guys' names down so I don't forget, because the ones who are in here from the beginning are going to be on a plaque in the map somewhere to be a bit of a thank you to supporting me with this. Let's see. And the best thing is, there's only 28 spaces. Let's see, I don't think I've missed anyone yet, have I? Hey, that's fine, as long as you're here, innit? Even listening to my annoying voice. Yeah. So, I'm going to quickly pop away for a bit now. I've been on most of the day doing this now. Big change from this morning. Where are we? This morning. Let me just pull it up on stream so you guys can see. Let's add an image. So this morning when I started the stream, this is what the road looked like. And from now on, the exact same area as later, I will take the photo away in 3, 2, 1. This is where we're at now. So it's a massive, massive update from where we were this morning. Hey, well, it's nice though. Thank you for popping in and being there. So yeah, this is our current ways. So yeah, so then something is going wrong with the screen. I can't really see the blooming sun's being a pain in the ass. But this is the other side of the road then. Love the little pub down here. Haha, what about pub name? The 28. And then there'll be a plaque in there of all the people then, that'll be good. Thank you guys. Wait. It's nice to have so many people in here. Yeah, so basically up here then this will be, I'll probably have another field above it to be fair, looking down on the pub. Obviously you'll have a nice view of the church then up the top. You'll be able to see Arable Farm. dealer will be here. Terraced houses. Probably could add something else in. I'm going to be trying to make them myself, mate. Like I was saying a minute ago, I've only used Red Dog's gate for one of them, which is a double gate. The rest of them are just mine at the minute. So yeah, I was thinking like a little lane up this hill and above the dealer for a sell point. And then a sell point up next to the church as well. And as well as having the pub then as one. The houses, I think, are going to be a bit of a funny thing to try and do. Not really sure what to do with this area, though. Because the thing is, I don't want too many fields, because I want it to be a nice small map that you don't feel like there's too much going on. Because how many have I got? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'll probably have about 19 fields, 20 fields. All in. Oh, that'll be nice. I've probably been procrastinating for like the last 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the houses, I will be honest. But I'm not... Because they're only a small detail, I'm only going to do like a terrace one, both sides. And then one farmhouse end per side for the farms end. So I'm not making a massive village because I can't be asked for that. I want it to be a rural area where you have minimal stuff. I'm hoping by later tonight to have almost all the hedges in the fields done. Basically. Right. I'm gonna shoot off for about 20 minutes, half an hour. Go grab some food, and then I'll come back and I'll carry on. And thank you all for being in here. I'll be back in a bit. Okay. Let's get cracking, shall we? This is struggling a bit today, I'm not going to lie. Okay. So, there's a spline that's still showing that one. So let's work here. What we got? Let's get this down a bit because it's not. Right. So we'll start with another spline, shall we? Loving splines, not. Okay. So we're going to run this one up, and we're going to come around with it. Because there's going to be a few bits on this that we're going to have to change. What I'm going to do differently then, shall we say. Doo-doo. Can you guys hear the music now as well? Like, is it a good mix or is it about right? Obviously, I'm going to do a different way in and everything for the dealer, but when time comes, we'll sort that out. Surprisingly, you can get quite a bit done. I think a lot of it when you map is a bit of procrastination. Actually, I don't need these. They can come back. That can be the insert and then insert. So I'm going to change a few bits in places. Oh, messed that up. I don't know.
Another field or what? We'll just leave it. Yeah, it will be wig.
I don't know whether to change the layout of this field. Like... and then... possibly bringing it just down here.
That's alright.
So let's move this back out so it can be by itself. Hold that down in place.
My own one, mate. The one I done on the channel before.
Okay, how many places? 200. Right, where's the point that we can move there? So it's gonna rotate you.
That was cool.
So I'll just select it all again and just need to drop it down. So this hedge here will just carry on this way. So I've just made that other field a bit bigger rather than it being so small. No probs, but thank you for coming back. Yeah, so this is going to be like a little tree bit, and this is the split then for where the houses are going to be. Probably nowhere near as high as what they are. Yeah, let's see.
Get out! Rydian, out! All of you, outside. Close the door. Yeah, Blue, out. Out! Blue, out. Get out! Fuck off, out there. Fucking pissing off.
Whoops. Don't have kids. They love slamming doors. Oh, mate, it's a pain. You can't do anything. Good, don't. They always seem to want to be on you. And then they slam doors. And it's a pain. Might do myself a favour. No, that made no difference. Might put a gate there. Okay. So you have a main road in and a bit of a side exit. Oh, a coffee. Alright, let's remove this implement border here. My computer's not really liking this, I will be honest. I thought we'd be better. Struggling a bit. Right, field number 10. We'll have a nice view down the pub at the very. Fighting each other again. Someone has to vanish, that's where I go. Sort the kiddies. Okay. Let's save so I don't lose stuff. Oh dear. Script tilts. Done. And then, now the fun bit. Align to the floor, rename polypoints, and repaint fields. I think this is one of the bigger fields. Right, we got this other field in as well. You know, I think I'm just gonna let him scream. Easier. Yeah, it's quite cool, isn't it? And it's on a bank, so it's not just as simple as a flat field. But the points from spline is quite a nice thing to have, because you can just whiz stuff in so quick, because you don't have to manually place anything. Just fire it in and hope for the best. Well, they're good size fields to be fair. They're both about the same. I think I'll have the entranceway by here. But obviously, with this, we're going to replace it. But I'm going to replace it with a smaller incline like this. I'll be honest, my computer is struggling. So it's the first. So what I'm working out as the plan being is, bear with that being the way up to a sell point, and this being your dealer then through the gap. And then I'm not going to go too far back because I'm going to have a little tree wall in there as well. But then if we smooth it as well, it should make it a lot less in your face. Let's take the hardness down slightly. Right, let's paint this back to grass. Part of me wants to be stupid and put the way into this field through here. Which would be... something like that. Something like that. Because apparently I hate making my life easy. Ignore the boys. Oh my good god, bear with me again. Right, we're back. What was I doing? Okay, thanks, buddy. Alright. I might restart Giant's Head today because for some reason it's gone really laggy. So, bear with. Screen will go black for a second. Oh, come on, load in. There you go. Right, is it just me or has that changed how bright it is again? That's really dark. But I can move around now, which is better. Okay, so obviously... Oh, Jesus, here we do not need that. No, no, no. Subtract. Let's move it. That's way too much. That's also too much. Why is it going so much? Okay. That'll work like a track. Worst case is we can make a splined surface here. Control B it to here. I just want it to be level, just about and around. To there. We need spline height panel. We'll set it to 4. Yeah. Nice little track. Yeah, mate. It's for a challenge I'm trying to do for myself, which is making a map within 28 days. I know it's probably a stupid trying to do that, but I'm up for the challenge. Yeah, I haven't done any mapping for a good few months. Well, I think Feb was the last time. Oh, awesome, mate. Is that farming in Indiana? You've been working on that for years, haven't you? Where are they? Oh, mate, that's amazing. I can't wait to have a look at that then. Oh, 100%. Because now you'll just be putting everything that you made from that first map just into perspective and just making it work. Right, what's going on here? Everything looks a bit wonky. It's not liking all of it, is it? In a pain. I hate splines for the reason that they get in the pissing way. I bet you're glad to have that map done. Heck, you've done amazing with that then. 3 years, that's a hell of a commitment. Yeah. How do they come about differently then to normal modelling then? Is it a pain in the absolute hoot to get working, or is it not too bad? What is it? Basically just as long as it covers most of it, it works. I'm hoping I got that open in the right way. What can I put here? I'm not entirely sure what to put there. Because this is your dealer. Probably have it where the tractors and all will be behind. Well, you've done a lot. You've really spent some time there then. What did you want? Nask? I seen it briefly. Before you removed it. Oh, goodness gracious. Heck, do you think I've had a good run today? I'm coming up to 5 hours. Whoops. It's a good day. Okay, they're all fine. Can drop down a bit. I think I've seen Lancey's post on Facebook. I can't remember. I'm trying to think. Do I add a stone wall here with a coping on top? Or do I just follow it through with these fences? If anything, though, you can all come. You got a good look on the map so far. Can't fault that. Have I got anything rock-wise, or is it not? I have got rocks. If I wanted to, I could make... Don't overcomplicate it. My main goal really is to try and get as much of this sort of layout done first. Shared script map. Yeah, go for it, mate. All a thingy one. What was I gonna say? A Welsh one. I haven't actually looked into this stuff before. They've changed a bit. Could, in theory, thinking about it, have a little make your own yard in this space. So 2 houses there. Don't know. This is the problem I have when I start making maps. I sort of think what can go there, and then I just panic and forget. And end up leaving it blank. What are the field sizes? I'll tell you now. So our biggest field is 4.72 hectares. So our biggest field is 12 acre so far. And the smallest is a 4.5 acre. So these are not quite big fields, they're not tiny fields. So as you got the road here, I put some more trees here and there. Church there above. There's nothing to say really. That we couldn't. Thinking about like a track that came all the way up. The dirt track. See, then you got the other roads then, which overlook the entire map. Which, in all fairness, looks, from what we've already done, quite promising. And that's without finishing the rest of the fields yet. Like, I like adding in stuff, but at the same time, you can really get carried away with some stuff. Like, for instance now, right? I'm gonna add in one of the only solid grass fields that's gonna be here. Because I don't know what else to fill the gap with. Which is actually not too bad. That's actually a better way than I could have done it. But I'm trying to do it where wherever you sort of go on the map, even with all the trees and stuff, you can still see everything. Especially at the top. I don't know how much you're going to see from when you're down the bottom here, mind. Yeah, it's when you go into the trees and all. I think the south point works. You got one either end of the map, which could work well. Then you've got a fuel station here, which is sort of just in the middle of the beaten track. try and do it where this section's more... That's a forest then, should we say? Which you're not really going to get past. I feel like it's too bright. No idea. So this is where we're going to have the houses. So let's rotate Y. What's 2 houses wide? 5. Let's go 10. Is that 2? Nah, let's go 15. Houses deep. 10. That's sort of my plan, to have 2 terrace houses, and then like you obviously have your garden splits from drives. And the same this side. Yeah, I think that looks alright. And then that comes over to there, and then a fence line there. A lot of it is just planning, and it's quite surprising. Because with the other ones, you could technically have like a storage shed on the backs of each of them. Obviously you can have a patio on every one. But this guy's got the shed on the front. Obviously, pathway out your house onto your drive. Through the grass. That could work. Especially when you're in the fields as well, they'll just come through. Right, I'd love to stick around, but I'll be honest with you, I've been on here for about 5 hours now, and I am shattered. But in saying that, we've done some massive progress today, which is incredible. Got a lot of little details on the buildings, barns and everything to build, but to finish half of the map with its hedges and trees and stuff is quite a big milestone. Even if it is just day 2 of my challenge. I'll probably be on later tonight again. Obviously, silent stream then later. No speaking. And we'll try and smash out the rest of these fields. Get it looking a bit like this one, where it's now down to buildings. But I'd like to thank everyone that's popped on. You reckon I have? I'm thankful for everyone that's popped by and added a conversation and watched the video, the stream. Then, should we say? I really appreciate it, and I can't wait for you guys to catch up with me in the next one I do of this challenge. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, and I talk to you